All right. Kusabi, everybody. Um, as most people know now, it's New Year's, right? So happy New Year's, right? Um, there's some things I wanna kind of bring to light. Um, some things I guess I want to bring out almost as a warning as well, like to watch out for certain things. Um, because there'll be a lot of these coming up as we are approaching certain things or certain areas. It's something I want to actually say and add to you. I want to say it's scary, but I don't want to say like we survive. You know what I'm saying? But let's get it popping. I want to say salute to everyone watching by Truth Colors Yeshaya Congo Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Yashiyahu Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Left Shep to Him REI Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by King David YouTube channel. Salute to everyone watching by I Am King David YouTube channel. Salute to We Are Bantu Periscope TV or Bantu Yisulele Twitter account. Salute to Goshen. Salute to Michaela and Micah and Etana. May the will of Yah be done on the earth as it is in the Shamayim or in the heavens. This is another session of Truth Colors, and I am your host, or I am the one that's bringing this out, King David or King Musiq or Yeshaya. We're about to go ahead and hit the intro, and I have some other kind of interesting news. Another one of our people who's in Goshen is being told that they have up until November to be vaccinated or else. So I believe like a lot of more jobs will start to do the same things. So this is the time right now, or it's actually past the time in a sense, like this is at crunch time, pretty much. This is crunch time. It's time to have I want to say a plan, but it's time to already have your passports done. You know, if not, this is the time to put your efforts into getting it done. It's the time to put in the efforts of getting your passport done. Because it's that time to get up out of here. All right. So we got that more coming up on Truth Colors. Here's the intro. Let's go.
Other Psalms.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded, or who murders, or is sexually immoral, or uses witchcraft, or worships idols, or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, yo, who I said your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like your haters, not your haters.
Beats by other songs.
Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors. Ayy, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from Satan's squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth frame, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, yeah, truth colors.
Hold on, son. All right. No, hold on, man. I can't play the game right now. Huh? All right. All right. Kusabi family. All right. I think y'all can see the screen, right? It says the eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are good, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eyes are bad, your whole body will be full of darkness. If then the light within you is darkness, how great, listen to that words, how great is that darkness, right? How great is that darkness, right? So you need to see some things, all right? So this stuff is about to go back, say, 7, maybe 10 years. Look what it says, come out this part right here. No one can serve two masters. Either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both the Father and the mark of the beast. That's what it's been saying the whole entire time. It's been telling us, getting us ready for what is coming. Look what it says at the end. The eye is the lamp of the body, which is the what? What is he saying here? The eye is the lamp of the body. It's the light of the body, right? It's going to be focused in on what your eye is on, right? So watch this. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. That's what this is. Where your treasure will be, your heart will be also, which is the same thing as what? You cannot serve Yah and the world. You can't do it. For all that's in the world is the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, which is all going to be instanced with the love of money, which is what? You cannot love Yah you cannot love Yah and Mammon at the same time. For you would be devoted to the one or the other. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. Now, listen to this. Store up for yourselves treasures in your homeland, where moth and rust does not destroy. Think about it. Moth and rust does not destroy the homeland. No. Do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. The eyes and lamp of the body. See, look, I told you, look how it just lined up perfectly. Look how they all went together. Look how they all went together. Coming right into it. Told you. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are good, your whole body will be full of light. They're talking about the same exact thing. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of your times and the strength of salvation. For the fear of Yah is his treasure. Let's go see Isaiah 33. Who's he talking to? Isaiah 33. All right. So the Messiah is exalted. Woe to you, O destroyer, never destroyed. O traitor, never betrayed. When you have finished destroying, you will be destroyed. When you have finished betraying, you will be betrayed. This is to the nations. The globalists. This is literally the globalist job, to destroy, but never be destroyed, and trade on other people. They are traders. You know what I'm saying? They literally have nations go against other nations. They betray their trust and everything. Like, that's all they do. They keep a whole bunch of chaos going on and then say we're gonna bring order out of it. They start the mess and then be the one that says, hey, we have the answer to it. It's the same thing. Hey, we start the sickness and they say, hey, we got the answer to the sickness. But you the one who started. The Father be gracious to us. We wait for you. Be our strength every morning and our salvation. Watch this, in time of trouble. I think this counts right now. The people flees the thunder of your voice. The nations scatter when you rise. You spoil, O nations. Your spoil, O nations, is gathered as by locusts. Like a swarm of locusts, men sweep over it. The Father, for the Messiah, is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with justice and righteousness. He will be the sure foundation. Watch this, for your times. This is talking about a specific time. This is talking about a coming king. A storehouse. Look at this. Storehouse of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. The fear of Yah is Zion's treasure. Behold, their valiant ones cry aloud in the streets. The envoys of peace weep bitterly. The highways are deserted. Travel has ceased. This is what he just said. Travel has ceased. I hope y'all getting this. These are all times. The highways are deserted. Travel has ceased. The treaty has been broken. The witnesses are despised. Wow. You cannot get no more clear than that. The treaty has been broken. The witnesses are despised. And human life is disregarded. The land mourns and languishes. Lebanon is ashamed and decayed. Sharon is like a desert. Bashan and Carmel shake off their leaves. Now I will arise, says Yah. Now I will lift myself up. Now I will be exalted. You conceive chaff. You give birth to stubble. Your breath is a fire that will consume you. The peoples will be burned to ashes, like thorns cut down and set ablaze. You who are far off, hear what I have done. Look what he just said. The Father is about to do this in the land. When the Father rises up, he is about to have fire consume certain peoples. This is in the land. Look what he says, because he's telling you who are far off, who are not in the land. It says, you who are far off, hear what I have done. You who are near, acknowledge my might. Man. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Where's the sinners? The foreigners. The people who don't belong there. Look at this. Trembling grips the ungodly, meaning the ones who ain't got a relationship with him. I will make what? Jerusalem a cup of trembling. I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling, a burdened stone. Anyone trying to touch it gonna be scared, like, man, I don't want to do this. Behold, I'm about to make Jerusalem a cup of staggering to all the surrounding peoples. That's the strangers. The siege of Jerusalem will also be against Judah. That happened to us. Now the Father about to do the same thing to the nations. Those who are there, who don't belong there. See, the trembling grips the ungodly. Who of us can dwell with a consuming fire? Look who's there. Who of us can dwell with a consuming fire? Who of us can dwell with everlasting flames? He who walks righteously and speaks with sincerity, who refuses gain from extortion, whose hand never takes a bribe. Listen to what he just said to you. He just told you, number one, that the Father is, number one, a consuming fire. He is everlasting flames. Listen to what he just said to you. Who of us can dwell with a consuming fire? Who of us can dwell with everlasting flames? And then he tells you who can dwell with consuming fire and dwell with the everlasting flames. He who walks righteously can dwell with consuming fire. He who walks righteously can dwell with everlasting flames. He and speaks with sincerity, right? Who refuses gain from extortion, whose hand never takes a bribe, who stops his ears against murderous plots and shuts his eyes tightly against evil. He will dwell. This is the one who's going to be dwelling with what? Consuming fire and everlasting flames. He will dwell on the heights. And the mountain fortress will be, watch this, his home. So he just said the Father is where consuming fire and everlasting flames are, right? The mountain fortress will be his refuge, his place of rest. His food, watch this, will be provided. Whose food will be provided? The one who can dwell with a consuming fire, and the one who can dwell with everlasting flames, the one who walks righteously and speaks with sincerity, the one who refuses gain from extortion, the one whose hand never takes a bribe, the one who stops his ears against murderous plots, the one who shuts his eyes tightly against evil. He will dwell on high. The mountain fortress will be his refuge. His food will be provided, and his water assured. Watch this. Your eyes will see the King in his beauty, and behold, a land that stretches afar. Your mind will ponder the former terror. Where is he who tallies? Where is he who weighs? Where is he who counts the towers? You will no longer see the insolent, a peoples whose speech is unintelligible, who stammer in a language you cannot understand. Look up, Zion, the city. Watch this. Look up, Zion. So where he just tell you, the place where we have to go is a place where you have to look up to. Our home is a place where you have to look up to. Look upon Zion. Look upon Zion. What does it mean, upon? They don't even really have it, do they? Like, out of all, they don't really
Upon.
have it, do they? But we know, look up. Look, he climbed upon his horse and rode off. Up and on. Look upward. So we have I told people it was like see live. All right. So let me see. Flag upon the roof. So it's pretty much like look upward. Look up, for your salvation comes from the what? From the hills, right? Look upon Zion. The city, now it's telling you what? The city is in the sky. The city is upward. Look up, Zion, the city of our appointed feast. Look upon Zion, the city of our appointed feast. Your eyes will see, watch this, Jerusalem. Jerusalem is on a plateau. Let's go see what a plateau look like. Where are plateaus normally at? Where are plateaus located? See, where are plateau mountains found? It's always looking up. Jerusalem, or so-called Jerusalem, is on a plateau. Jerusalem, plateau. But no one ever says that. They don't even bring that out a lot. But it says in the scriptures, Jerusalem's on a plateau. It's on a plateau. See, look. A plateau. That's not down. You have to look up. Central Plateau's landscape. There is no plateaus here. None. There is no plateaus. None. They can try to say this is it, but yeah. But that's not it. It's on a plateau though, see? Jerusalem's on a plateau. Let's get that scripture real quick. Jerusalem plateau, Bible verse. Boom. The Father surrounds his people. Those who trust in Yah are like Mount Zion. It cannot be moved. It abides what? Forever. As the mountain surrounds Jerusalem, so the Father surrounds his people, both now and forever. The scepter for the scepter of the wicked will not rest upon the land allotted to the righteous, so that the righteous will not put forth their hands to injustice. Let me see. So they keep these things out of there. Why? Because there's only some plateaus. Now, how many plateaus are so-called in so-called Africa? Right? There's not that many plateaus in the place. That's why it's so like non-existent, where you don't even see no one talks about a plateau, because it's very specific. See, look. Now the Father says he is going to make every high, watch this, I'm gonna make the valleys low and make the mountains high. Look at this, I'm gonna make the valleys low. I will make the valleys high. Look, every valley, that's what he just said. Prepare the way for Yah. A voice of one calling, prepare the way for Yah in the wilderness. Make a straight highway for our Yah in the desert. Make a straight highway. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill made low. The even ground will become smooth, and the rugged land a plain. So watch this. And the glory of Yah will be revealed, and all humanity together will see it, for the mouth of Yah has spoken it. That means on a certain time that's coming up, when he wants this whole land to be revealed, he is going to call, look what he just said, every valley shall be lifted up, every mountain and hill made low. That means what people think they know now is not what they know. Because the Father has literally, it's like a maze. Like he made some things go up, he made some things go down. So people would never, I guess, find what they're looking for. So they'll be always like in a guessing mode, like, is this it? Maybe this is it. No, maybe that's it. No, maybe this it. No, maybe that's it. Because he made something, it was just right here. Because he made some things go up. He made some things go down. So it's like he erased the way on how to get there. He erased it. So people are like, wait a minute, hold on. This wasn't here at first. There was no mountain here at first. This was like a valley. This is what in the world happened? How does that happen? Earthquakes. So why is he doing earthquakes? Things are going down. Other things are going up. The city of our appointed feast, your eyes will see Jerusalem, a peaceful pasture, a tent that does not wander. Meanwhile, this place does not go anywhere. Its tent pegs will not be pulled up. Listen what it says, a tent peg. This is the temple. This is the temple. Why? Because the temple always had to be a symbol in the wilderness. The tent of meeting. Watch this. Nor will any of its cords be broken. But there, the majestic one, our Father, will be for us. Watch this. Will be for us a place of rivers and wide canals. Boom. That's what we need right there. Rivers and wide canals. Eden. Or shall we say these words? Marsabit. Do you know Marsabit that Wales, yes, claimed it? Marsabit. What's Marsabit? Let's go get it. Boom. This is Marsabit. Look how beautiful that is. Look how beautiful it is. Marsabit. Look how beautiful this is. Look out the beautiful, look how upraised it is. Look at the waters. Look at it. Like something was right in here. Something was here. And you don't just get here. This is a little ways up. You look up Marsabit. It's like a whole plateau. Lake Paradise. Marsabit. It's called paradise. Look at this. Global Volcanoism Program. Remember you just said about fire, who can dwell with consuming fire? Everlasting flames. It's not a volcano. Everlasting flames. It forever has flames in it. Who can dwell? Look. Let's type it in. Marsabit Plateau. Look, told you. That's a plateau. Look at all the greenery out here. Look at it. And it's all on a hill, if you will. Now, if an earthquake takes place here, y'all see this? Look at this. Look how beautiful and hidden it is. Look. Now, what we found out, Charles found out also, was he found a place also in Marsabit that's also a place of mist where people do not dare to go. I think that's the part where it says like who can dwell at a certain part. It's certain areas where people are not allowed to go. Like fear will grip them. And if they go in there, look, it says Marsabit volcano. There we go, right there. Now let's go look at that. Let's type in Marsabit volcano. Because then this will be the place. It's a volcano. Ooh, everlasting fire. Extinct volcano crater. Wow. Paradise lost and found. And watch this, northern Kenya. Is it really lost and found? No, it's not. Look at that. Look at all the green. It looks like the Garden of Eden. I don't want to sign up for this. Continue to do some work on this on Marsabit. The Kenyan landscape. Do y'all see this? Marsabit. All right, let's see something real quick. Sunrise. Look at the camel. He said one thing about something about camels in the Bible. You think he said the Arab and his camel or something like that, talking about our land or something like that, a person passing through, or boy, yes. They do not want to give you Marsabit, boy. This stuff is powerful. I love it. I love it. This is beautiful. No daylight saving time. Yeah. Boy, I'm doing something. But that's a game, man. I'm doing something else that is better than the game. All right, so Chalbi Desert. Chalbi Desert. Look at this. Fighting poverty in Marsabit. People don't even know what they're going for or what they're supposed to be headed to. Look at this. Mending Marsabit. Mending means like it's the same thing as bringing peace to it. Most people don't know that Marsabit has a lot of violence in certain areas and poor in certain areas. Lack of water, people on long lines of jerry cans waiting their turn to collect some waters at Marsabit town. There we go, right there. This part right here, UNICEF, increases water to sufficient water for South Sudanese, which would be like land of Judah, refugees, and host communities. This is where at in Marsabit. Look at this again. Uganda. The nations have these lands. Whenever you see the UN, the UNICEF, that's exactly who has also this as well. I think that's why the Fazon calls people to run away from what they think they own. Look at this. Look at this huge elephant here. Marsabit National Park. Look how everything else, nothing's living here. Nothing. It's a safari. It's a desert. It's deserted for the most part. Look at this. Wow, this is powerful. Watch this. The jewel of northern Kenya. What just happened? The father just told you where your home is at. Do you see it? The Iwi right here. And I told you what the Iwi stood for. It meant what? Jewel. A gem. Just like what? The breastplate that is rested on the priest. Here it is right here. The jewel of northern Kenya. And look who's right in the middle. Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda. Rwanda. Rwanda would be the same thing as spirit. Look at it. It's all right there. All right there. All right there. The jewel of northern Kenya. Jewel. On this day, we shall depart Nairobi early and head north, crossing the equator towards Marsabit. So Marsabit is right there by the equator. Let's go see how close. Look at this. Mount Kenya, Aberdare, the equator. They just call it one thing. Remember, it's all one name of everything else. And look how close it is to the eye, right? So it's Lake Victoria. So this would be the eye right here. But here, this is all still the cornerstone. Here's the water we need to see. And here's that. Yeah, it's right there where we need to be. Everything right there. It's right there. It's all right there. You can see the land, everything. This is all of the land. All the land. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, all of it. Look where the equator is. You can see where Mount Kenya is. And here's that Aberdare, which is the same thing. We was looking up Aberdare and we found out the same thing as Marsabit. Marsabit and Aberdare all still connected together. Watch. Because I was looking up Aberdare already on the other side somewhere. Where's it at? See, Aberdare National Park. See, this is all national park. The whole entire thing is a national park. Look at this. They just try to split it up. Go back to it. All this is still part of a whole national park. Look how beautiful that is. This is your homeland. Your homeland has been turned into national parks. Look how beautiful that is. Look how beautiful that is. Tropical places. Look how beautiful this is, right? They can only dream of places like that somewhere else. But this is all in Africa. We're in Eden. All of it's in Eden. Look at this. Look. All where I took you from the very beginning in the call part 4, I want to say. Yes, the call part 4. Look at that. That is so beautiful. Look at all these trees. Ain't nothing but oxygen here. Good, clean air. Look how beautiful this is, man. Beautiful. There's tons of land in the land. Look how beautiful that is. Refreshing. Right? Refreshing. Right? All right. So now let me look at y'all real quick because I gotta get my daughter real quick. And I'm gonna have to come back and finish this up. Cause yeah, she's out now. I'm gonna go get her. I guess no need me even start that until I come back. I'm gonna put on something to come back because it's gonna be very short. And there's no need of me like starting over some stuff. So I'm gonna put something on to help y'all understand where we're going to. Luciferus. It's been going on for years. See, 3 years. You see 2 years, 10 years, 5 years. So this stuff's been going on for years. 7 years. While the brightness of nanolock, Luciferus matters. Do y'all understand? They've been planning this stuff for years, 6 years. Firefly enzymes, 8 years ago. Nano robots inside you, 7 years ago. 6 years. You understand? They've been talking about this stuff for a long time. And now they're putting it in you, okay? Let me put something that's about like, here it is, right here. Activity in cancer. Here it is, the miRNA. That's what they have in the, you know what that stuff is in now. You already know. 8 years. Don't trust the light. Remember, the light that's in you becomes darkness. I want y'all to understand this. This has been here. Eight years ago. They've been working on this for years. Not just now. This has been out for years. All right, so we're gonna start this right here. Look at this. All right. All right, whatever. Who cares?
Beautiful city. So it's wonderful to be here. I've really enjoyed it. As I'm talking, if there are any questions, please just stop me. All right, I do not mind being interrupted. So if there's anything I say that it doesn't make sense, just stop and ask, and I will be very happy to explain it. So this is where I come from. Knoxville, Tennessee is right there. It's the University of Tennessee. I am in the Center for Environmental Biotechnology. This is our campus, and we have about 27,000 students from over 100 different countries. If anyone is ever interested in, as a student, if anyone is ever interested in doing internships within the university, please ask me. We're always looking for international internship students, and they're usually very hard to find because students never want to leave their home. But if anybody ever wants to leave and do some research for 6 months or a year, we can always try to find a fellowship somewhere. Right now it's very difficult just because the economy is very difficult, but we try. So we would love to have students visit. So I'll give you a little lesson on bioimaging this morning. Bioimaging or biomedical imaging is something for you younger students to keep an eye on, because at some point in your later life when you go to the doctor, things are going to be very different. And we're moving into personalized medicine. We are going to genome sequence you and see what genes are off inside of you before you ever even go to a doctor. All right, so we'll be able to predict what diseases you might encounter later in your life, and we will scan you for those diseases using things like bioimaging technology. All right, right now this is all very preliminary work on our part. This is over about the last 3 years we have been doing this bioimaging. So it's new, but it's up and coming. It's a very fast moving field. So the bioimaging is the visual representation, characterization, and quantification of biologic processes within living intact organisms. Why would you want to do that? For example, you can inject a virus into a mouse, into a living mouse as it's running around, and watch how that virus infects that mouse. What cells does it enter? You can expose that mouse to a carcinogen and watch tumor formation happening. I mean, right there on a camera, you can watch a tumor being formed. So you know exactly what cells are being affected with that carcinogen. So it has huge medical implications when you can watch a living organism respond to something. And in the old days, what would you do? You would expose your mouse to a chemical. You would expose 100 mice to a chemical, and every day you would kill a mouse, dissect it, and look at it and see what was going on. The next day you would dissect your next mouse. It was huge. It was extremely costly, took so much time, and you learned very little from doing that. This bioimaging technology changes all that. And you can see some of these images, for example, here, that resets. If you're watching that, you can see that that mouse was injected with tumor cells, and you can see that tumor formation happening. It's sped up, but you can see that happening right before your eyes within a living mouse. And there's lots of imaging machinery out there to do this type of bioimaging. And some of these should be very familiar to you. So you have things like positron emission tomography, single photon emission computed tomography, PET and SPECT scans. We just reduce them in size so we can look at mice instead of humans. So we have micro PETs and micro SPECTs. So put a radio tracer inside your mouse, stick your mouse in the micro PET machine, and watch what that radio tracer does within the mouse. Computed tomography imaging, a micro CT instrument. Take X-ray slices of your mouse, and then the computer reassembles those slices into a 3D image. The MRI, which most of you probably are familiar with and probably have been inside of one at some point. Put your mouse in there and use a very ultra-strong magnet to rearrange the nuclei to get a 3D representation of the mouse. What I'll be focusing on is optical imaging, which is a very basic camera system that will peer inside of a living animal and look for light. And that light is either bioluminescent light or fluorescent light. Hopefully this starts. It's a little stuck, but we'll. So this is the machine. So your mouse or other small animal, at this point it only works with small animals. We can't put a human inside the machine because we can't see very far inside a human yet with our current camera technology. But we can put a little mouse in there. We have an anesthesia manifold that knocks your mouse out so it doesn't move around while you're trying to image. We have a filter wheel up here that holds any nanometer filter, so any fluorescent imaging that you want to do at any wavelength works just fine in the system. And then on the top up there, we have an EMCCD camera, which is an electron multiplying cooled charge device camera, a minus 70 to minus 80 degree cooled camera, ultra sensitive, very little background photon counts in this camera system. And the EM, the electron multiplying capability, makes its frame capture rate extremely fast. So it takes pictures so fast that we no longer have to anesthetize animals, which is really, really incredible. So I wish this would go. It's stuck. But anyway, if you saw this image, this little mouse is running around in the chamber. And we're watching the tumor as the mouse moves. The camera keeps up with it. So the tumor, little glowing tumor, moves with the mouse. So the whole point is no anesthetic. Put your living mouse inside the chamber, image it as it's running around. Why is that a big deal? Because we always have to add anesthetic. Almost to any animal studies we do include anesthetic. We don't want to add another chemical to our experiment like an anesthetic agent. We don't know what the anesthesia really does, how it interferes with our experiment. So if we can leave it out, all the better. So here's your bioluminescent imaging light. Right now we use the firefly luciferase gene. We take the gene from the firefly, the light gene, and we put it into anything we want. All right, so we can take our firefly luciferase gene, hook it to some promoter that turns on whatever gene we want turned on inside that mouse, inject it into the mouse. When you use firefly luciferase, you have to add a substrate called luciferin. So once you have your firefly luciferase gene inside the mouse, then you have to add this luciferin substrate every time you want to see a light signal. So add luciferin to the mouse. The luciferin dissipates throughout the mouse's body, finds the cells that you implanted within the mouse. Those cells produce a burst of bioluminescent light, and you can see that light through the skin of the mouse. Your other alternative way to do optical imaging is fluorescence. And the most common fluorescent protein is green fluorescent protein. Now there's red fluorescent protein, yellow fluorescent protein, infrared fluorescent proteins. There's any color of fluorescent protein you can imagine can be used. So with fluorescent proteins, do the same thing. Implant your fluorescent cell inside the mouse. The machine will produce an excitation wavelength, which will excite the fluorescent protein, and that protein then produces light. So you see a fluorescent signal coming out of the mouse. All right, and there are problems with both systems. With bioluminescence, the way it's currently done with the firefly luciferase gene is that it's extremely invasive. You have to implant the cells in the mouse, and then every single time that you want to see light, you have to inject luciferin. All right, so that's needle stick after needle stick after needle stick. Your mouse gets extremely angry. It gets very stressed, and you do not want that to occur during an experiment. It's very expensive. That luciferin substrate is, for us, it's $300 per gram. It's very unstable. Once you take it out of the refrigerator and use it, you throw the rest away. So it's a very expensive technique to do, and lots of hands-on work. The needle, the mouse, constantly injecting the mouse. So it just takes lots of technician time. Fluorescent imaging, the big problem is autofluorescence. This mouse is under bioluminescent imaging. There's no background. We see exactly where the cells are. There are the cells, there are the cells. No background whatsoever. You do not you bioluminesce a little bit, but nothing that a camera can detect. So essentially, living things do not bioluminesce. Almost all living things fluoresce. So if we put you under the camera, you would look just like the mouse. Your entire body would glow. So in this case, the cells here are very easy to see because there are lots of cells stuck in the mouse right at that position. But imagine if you had a tiny, tiny spot of cells, you would never see it within this huge background fluorescence of the mouse tissue. And that's the biggest problem with fluorescent imaging. And they're trying to go into infrared colors, which has less background. They're doing all sorts of computer algorithms to get rid of that background fluorescence. So it's a huge problem that they're probably going to solve. They're working on it. So what we do is make, 20 years ago, when we first started all this, we made bioluminescent bioreporters. And instead of a firefly luciferase gene, we worked with the bacterial luciferase gene. And at some point, we figured, why not try to get the bacterial luciferase gene to work in a eukaryotic cell? So go from prokaryotic genetic system to a eukaryotic genetic system. And why would we want to do that? Because the bacterial luciferase does not require that luciferin substrate. All right, and that gives us a huge advantage. So now if we could make bacterial luciferase work inside of a mouse, we no longer have to add that luciferin substrate. So put your cells in the mouse, you are done. Put your mouse in the imaging chamber, you don't have to add anything. The cells make the light themselves. And they do that because of this reaction. So the bacterial luciferase contains the genes LuxC, D, A, B, and E, run by a single promoter off the Lux operon. The LuxAB genes come together to form the LuxAB protein. And that LuxAB protein is exactly like the firefly luciferase protein, except with firefly luciferase, this is all you get. Okay, at this point you're done. When you want this to glow, to bioluminesce, you add a syringe full of luciferin, and then that protein will produce light. But with bacterial luciferase, you have this other component of the reaction, the LuxD, the LuxC, and the LuxE genes, which makes up this protein complex, which converts myristic acid, which comes from lipids that were supposed to go to the membrane biosynthesis. Instead, some are diverted to make myristic acid. It converts the myristic acid into a myristoaldehyde. That myristoaldehyde is essentially the luciferin substrate. So you can take that luciferin aldehyde, and there's also an FRP gene, which makes, I'll go through NADPH and NADPH2 later. But that myristoaldehyde then is what drives the bioluminescent reaction. So this is essentially the luciferin that we inject to make the luciferase bioluminesce. Firefly luciferase, you have to inject it. Bacterial luciferase, it's all there. The cell does everything. And some of the posters over there work with these bacterial bioluminescent bioreporters. So we can take these bacterial luciferase genes and inject them into bacteria and make them bioluminesce in response to usually chemical contaminants. Okay, like mercury, for example, as we have a poster over there. All right, so take these out in the environment. When they glow, when they bioluminesce, we know that mercury is present. We need to go out and clean up that site. And there are lots of other uses for these bacterial bioluminescent bioreporters. So now we're going to switch it over to, we're going to take those bacterial luciferase genes and make them eukaryotic. And that's not easy. Okay, so this started about 10 years ago when we tried to get these bacterial luciferase genes to be eukaryotic rather than prokaryotic. And there's several hurdles you have to jump over to make this work. Number one being that certain codons are liked better in prokaryotes rather than eukaryotes. And nowadays you have computer programs, and you can take your prokaryotic gene and put it in the computer program, and it will tell you if it will work in a eukaryotic organism, and it will tell you what codons, what 3 base pairs should be switched to make them more eukaryotic likable. Okay? So for example, here's the LuxE gene, wild type, that we pulled out of the bacterial cell. P is its probability of functioning, of making a functional protein in a eukaryotic system. For the LuxE gene, it had about a 44% chance of making a functional protein in a eukaryote. All right, so that protein would not have worked. We would not have gotten a functioning LuxE protein. Our bacterial luciferase reaction never would have worked in a eukaryotic organism the way it was originally set up. So we can go through now and make a LuxE optimized. So we can run it through a computer program, change every single codon from prokaryotic to eukaryotic without changing the amino acid sequence, because we have lots of different codons coding for the same amino acid, so we can switch those things around. No problem whatsoever. So in our LuxE optimized gene, once we codon optimized it, it has a 99.9% chance of making a protein that a eukaryote could read. Okay, so it will work in a eukaryote. And we did that throughout these holes. So you have 88% chance, 99, 99, 99, 99 for all 5 genes of this LuxE operon. So they're going to make functional proteins. Whether they all work together, we don't know. But at least we fixed the genetic sequence to make it less prokaryotic, more eukaryotic. All right, and then the other big problem with prokaryotes versus eukaryotes, prokaryotes get to do this. Take one promoter and run several genes off of one promoter. So prokaryotes work with an operon, eukaryotes do not. All right, so eukaryotes, it's typically one promoter, one gene. One promoter, one gene. One promoter, one gene. And your genome runs along just like that. So we have to trick our eukaryotic system into driving several genes off of a single promoter. And we do that through adding these 2A elements. And 2A elements are genetic elements that come from viruses. Viruses can do anything. All right, they're the most remarkable living entity we've ever worked with. Double-stranded DNA genomes, double-stranded RNA genomes, single-stranded DNA genomes, single-stranded RNA genomes. It's just amazing what viruses can all do. So it's not a surprise that this 2A element comes from a virus. But the 2A element links all of our genes together. So now we're going to have a LuxA gene, 2A element, followed by the LuxB gene, 2A element, followed by the LuxC gene, and so on. So it's 5 genes, but they look like one within a eukaryotic system. So we're going to make not a protein, we're going to make a polyprotein. We're going to make 5 proteins off of one promoter. And then these 2A elements.
That's the same stuff that they be talking about in this jab, serum and stuff. That they say is poly. They got poly whatever protein inside of it. So people don't understand they're getting injected with this light. Look at this, the origins of the RNA world. Come on now, 5 years ago. Does it sound familiar to you? What they using in that jab juice? RNA. Actually, it's mRNA. Right? So, the promise of human regeneration, forever young. Look, they're telling you this right here. Look, the promise.
No one is immune from the ravages of time. The detrimental effects of aging are inevitable, right? But what if we could turn back the clock and replace worn out or damaged body parts with completely new ones? It may sound like science fiction, but researchers studying cell growth are currently working to make it science fact. Imagine a future where no one waits on an organ transplant list. If your kidney failed, you could have a replacement made to order in a lab. Using your own cells, technicians could build a new kidney using a 3D printer. And with this printed organ, you'd quickly get back to a productive life. Imagine a future where if you're disfigured in an unfortunate accident, a pill could change the electrical charge at the site of the injury, causing your toes to regenerate. In the future, if you suffer from heart failure, a new organ could be grown on a cadaver heart scaffold using your own stem cells. And with this new heart, you could get back to running. While these 3 futuristic treatments are only in the experimental stage, there is one science fiction sounding therapy that is already being used on humans. Take the case of Marine Sergeant Brian Smith, who was injured while leading his squad down one of the most treacherous roads in Fallujah, Iraq.
I was on a mission to get my squad familiar with the new area of operation that we were in. That entailed traveling down IED alley.
Smith's Humvee struck an IED, or improvised explosive device.
We were just traveling, and then all of a sudden we got hit, and I believe I went out for a second.
A piece of shrapnel sliced through the tricep and bicep of his right arm, severing a major artery and leaving his muscles in tatters.
And I realized I couldn't move my right arm. At first I thought it was gone, but I could feel that it was still there, and I could feel the blood, my blood from my artery pumping into my hand as I reached over.
Sergeant Smith was airlifted to Germany for treatment. Back in the U.S., rehabilitation of his arm left him weak, unable to assist with the care of his 9-month-old son.
He was go, 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 go. One of the issues is trying to care for him. I couldn't pick him up if he's squirming because I only had one hand. Couldn't change him because, you want one hand to try to keep the kid still.
Brian compensated for the weakness by using the strength in his back. 2 years later, he was able to join the Bangor police force, but that weakness in his arm was always on his mind.
My concerns about my arm was anything that required pulling. You're trying to take somebody into custody. Sometimes you have to pry their arm out. I'd have to do it with my right hand, but I knew I was now significantly weaker in that hand versus my left hand.
Brian heard about an experimental procedure at the University of Pittsburgh that uses an extracellular matrix to regrow damaged muscle tissue. A year after treatment in 2013, things were remarkably different with his arm.
The big thing is I was able to hold my child in my right arm longer than I ever have.
Brian had lost 1/3 of his bicep. With ECM, he was able to regrow almost all of the missing muscle tissue.
Today my arm feels great. My endurance is there. That was the big thing for me.
Now Brian can do his job with complete confidence and be the hands-on father he wanted to be.
Good evening. Welcome to our program. Thank you all for coming. Being forever young, the future and the promise of human regeneration. So without further ado, let's meet our scientists, beginning with the Director of Regenerative Medicine Research and Director, Center for Cell and Organ Biotechnology at the Texas Heart Institute in Houston. She also holds faculty appointments at Texas A&M and Rice University. Please welcome Doris Taylor. Our next guest is a professor in the Department of Surgery and Deputy Director of the McGowan Institute for Regenerative Medicine at the University of Pittsburgh. Dr. Badylak is a past president.
All right. I want y'all to see that this is where we are. This is what they are doing. This is what they have been doing. They've been studying this stuff. And you've been saying it's not just now. They've been doing it for years. We got videos on here for 10 years, 7 years, Luciferus, all this stuff right here, right? So they're now just doing the human trials, right? The ones who have who connects to this bad boy like symbiosis or whatever, which is connecting to it perfectly. These are the ones who become one with the Nephilim. Oh yeah, that's what this is all about. The Nephilim needs a body. See, the spirit cannot be here without a body. So every single person is a good host for this Nephilim. They live. The ones who are not, dead. At the same time, you done made a choice against the Father. This is the end. All right, so the Father knew that the enemy would try to change the times. He knew it. So that's why he set his time elsewhere, where it cannot be altered. Time cannot be altered. It can't be changed. I mean, people could try to alter it, try to mess with things, but if you trust man on where to look at for time, you're gonna be messed up. But if you trust what the Father said the time is at, you'll never be deceived. Let me show you what I mean. So remember these words. The sun and the moon and the stars are for time and years. Here we go, right here. Genesis 1:14. And there was evening, and there was morning the third day. And Yah said, let there be lights in the expanse of the sky to distinguish between the day and the night. Notice it says there's a difference between day and there's a difference between night. And let them be for signs to mark the seasons and days and years. So we're gonna mark days and years. And let them serve as lights in the expanse of the sky to shine upon the earth. So the time has lights to them. Hallelujah. Praise Yah in his sanctuary. Praise him in his mighty heavens. Why does this keep on that? And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Father thy Elohim or thy Yah have divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. While the earth remaineth, seed time and the harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. Let the stars of the twilight thereof be dark. Let it look for light, but have none. Neither let it see the dawning of the day. Neither let it see the dawning of the day. Let the stars of the twilight thereof be dark. Let it look for light, but have none. Neither let it see the dawning of the day. This is talking about literally the last day. Now, I want y'all to understand this now. Since we see now that the stars, the sun, the moon. So what? Yes, go ahead, have one. Yeah. All right. Right. Let them be for signs to mark the seasons. So we got the seasons here. That's marked by what? The sun, the moon, and the stars. The days is marked by what? The sun, the moon, and the stars. The years are marked by what? The sun, the moon, and the stars. So now we're seeing something. The Father gave the sun, the moon, and the stars for times. There it is. See, they didn't have that on the other one, right? The fourth day, sun, moon, stars. And Yah said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for the lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And Yah made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Yah set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth and to rule over the day and over the night and to divide the light from the darkness. And Yah saw that it was good. He didn't say it was nice. He saw it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. So we see the sun, the moon, and the stars are literally heaven's clock. It's the clock of heaven. So now watch this. The sign of the Son of Man will be in the sky. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. What is this? The sun, the moon, and the stars. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. They're going to see a sign. Constellations. Now, I'm trying to get y'all to understand some things. It's going to be the Son of Man in the heavenlies, in the sky. A certain sign is going to be shown in the sky. Most people do not know what that is. But it's going to be a sign that shows up in the sky. Because the sky is depicting a certain time. Now, since the clock or the timeline or the time works, is never broken, what's happening when, watch this, see this? This is a special time that took place in earth. That was a special time in the sky. Look what happens. It occurs 100 times. Actually, more than that. So this time keeps repeating. This person has to show up again. Actually, 2029. This sign, this time shows up again. 2029 on the same day. Right? The sign of the Son of Man in the sky. Right? A certain sign is going to be in the sky. So if you're looking at this with your naked eye, you won't even see this. But this is literally the lion, the woman, the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? This is this right here. Here's the lion, the woman, sun, and the moon right here. Now, but people don't know what they're looking at when they see this. But it's all there, right? Because no one put any emphasis on this. No one looks at this. But it says the sign of the Son of Man in the heavens, meaning it's in the sky. There's going to be a certain sign that shows up on the clock. Just we know 3 o'clock because on our regular clock, we see it. 3 o'clock, we know it's the clock. Hey, that's it. But then when we see a certain sign in the sky, we should know that it's it too as well. But we don't. We just continue on as if life is just what it is. Nothing, right? We got time. Why? Because you're seeing things that's going on in the world. But watch this. The stars will fall. Wait a minute. The stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Wait a minute, hold up. At the time they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. The stars will fall from the sky. All right, so if but in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened. What it say after that tribulation? The return of the Son of Man. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. Wait a minute, hold up. Sound like the clock is breaking. Something is wrong, man. The stars have stopped shining. The moon ain't shining, ain't giving its light. Something is happening. What is happening? The clock is telling you it's no more time. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, immediately after the tribulation of those days, immediately after tribulation, that's the last thing, that's it, it's a wrap. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened. And the moon will not give its light. And the sun will fall. The stars will fall from the sky. And the powers of the heavens will be shaken. What just happened? Let me show you what just happened. Time's up. Time's up. That's why it says after the tribulation of those days. Soon as the tribulation is over, you'll know the tribulation is over because number one, the sun will be darkened. The moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heaven will be shaken. That's it. It's a wrap, son. Game over. Now, what is this? The end of the Gentiles. It's the times of the Gentiles. It's coming to an end. Look. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem, or our land, homeland, shall be trodden down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. When the sun is no longer shining, because look, who's coming? The Son of Man is coming. The Redeemer is coming. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened. The moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. This ties in. Look at this. Isaiah 34:4. Let's go ahead. The Father judgments on the nations. Notice it's not us. It's the nations. Isaiah 34. Father's judgment on the nations. Come near, ye nations, to hear, and hearken, ye people. Let the earth hear, and all that is therein, and the world, and all things that come forth of it. For watch this, for the indignation of the Father is upon what? All nations. And his fury upon all their armies. This is literally the end of the Gentile nations. And his fury upon all their armies. He hath utterly destroyed them. He hath delivered them to the slaughter. So the Gentile nations is trying to come against us is now being killed. Their slain also shall be cast out, and their stink shall come up out of their carcasses, and the mountains shall be melted with their blood. Meaning what? It's going to be volcanoes, man. And the mountains shall be melted with their blood. Almost like in the mountains shall be filled with their blood. shall be covered with their blood, right? And all the host of heaven, see, look, the time is gone. And all the host of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, a witness against all the nations. And all their host shall fall down as the leaf falleth off from the vine, and as a fallen fig from the fig tree. Look at this. And all their host shall fall down as the leaf falleth off from the vine, and as a falling fig from the fig tree. For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Edomedia. This is the end of the Gentiles. And upon the people, watch this, of my curse to judgment. This is not the end of everything. This is only just the end of the Gentile nations. Meaning what? It's the end of Esau's reign. The next reigning is coming from Judah. The sword of Yah is filled with blood. It is made fat with fatness, and the blood of lambs and goats with the fat of the kidneys of rams. For the Father has a sacrifice in Basra, and a great slaughter in the land of Edomedia. Now, Edomedia is the same thing as Edom. So what picture is being played now? Isaiah 11. This is what that's happening right now. Your hand is coming against Edom. Where is that at in scripture? Right here. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines towards the west. They shall spoil them of the east together. They shall lay their hand upon Edom, Edomedia, and Moab. The children of Ammon shall obey them. This is the end of the Gentile world. This is the end. So when the lights go dark in the sky, time's up for the Gentile nations. UK, America, Britain, however they want to do it. So they're trying to do all they can do right now, because once the sun comes up dark, and it's going to happen on a new moon, right? Feast of unleavened bread, right? And the unicorn shall come down with them, and the bullocks with the bulls, and their land shall be soaked with, look what it says, and their land, what land? Basra, Saudi Arabia, Palestine, all over there. Look at this. And the unicorn shall come down with them. What's a unicorn? Rhinoceros, right? Rhinos. Saudi Arabia. Look at this. Rhino rack. All right. We won't. There they are right there. Rhinos hunted for its horn. And the unicorn shall come down with them, and the bullocks with the bulls, and their land shall be soaked with blood, and their dust made fat with fatness. For it is the, watch this, for is the day of Father's vengeance. Now, to show you that every single day or everything that the Father does is on his time. What day is this called? It says, for it is the day of the Father's vengeance. The year, it keeps saying it all the time. Each time it ever says the Father's vengeance, it always says the year. The year of recompenses for the controversy of Zion. Now, the Father's vengeance, the same year of that is also the year of the Father's salvation, which is called what? The Lord's year of favor. Bam. So literally on this time, Isaiah 61, 1 and 11, we see the same exact thing going on. We see it's tied in with a feast. So we see the time right here. Look what it says. On a very special Sabbath day of the what? Jewish calendar, right? A familiar figure appeared in the synagogue of Nazareth. Do you understand? The steps of a righteous man are ordered by Yah. That means he is going to be following the Father's timeline. Watch this, whether he knows it or not. The same day I receive the witness will be a special time on the timeline. I may not know what it is, but my steps will be ordered. The same thing with the other witness. Now watch this. The same thing will be that with those who are of the Father, right? So people are looking at the wrong time. They're caught up with the wrong time. So then therefore the timeline that we keep will be with the favor, with the year of the Father's favor. Not what people think it is, but it's something totally different. Rejection at Nazareth. The Spirit of Yah is upon me because he has anointed me to preach the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim the liberty to the captives, the recovery of sight to the blind, to release the oppressed, to proclaim, watch this, to proclaim the year of the Father's favor. The year of Father's favor is also the year of Father's vengeance upon the nations. The year of Father's favor is also time's up for the nations. Time's up. See, for it's the day of Yah's vengeance, which is the year of Father's vengeance, all at the same time. And the year of recompenses for, see, the year of Father's vengeance. He's going to recompense what? For Zion, which is what? The year of favor for you. So the year of Father's favor for us is the year of the Father's vengeance for them at the same time. It's balance. And the streams, that's why I said you can't love the one and hate the other. It's like you're going to either love one, but you're going to hate the other. See, it's all balanced at the same time. You can't love both at the same time. Same thing was going on right now. Either you're going to choose the Father right now, or you're going to choose the mark of the beast. Where your treasure is, your heart will be also. If you're looking for your career, so everyone's saying, oh, my life's just getting started and I have a beautiful career and all that kind of stuff. Like, do you know you're being tested right now? Nothing is promised. The clock, all the stuff that they're planning. Do you know the scripture says that the times of tribulation is going to be cut short? Can we find that somewhere? Where someone was healthy super healthy. But the father came on in and was like, you know what? Yeah, about your kingdom in the years you have left. You know how people about to get ready to leave their job, right? But they got sick days that they haven't, haven't received yet. So picture this person's sick days. He still have 6 days left to his kingdom. But I was just like, you know what? I've counted your 6 days, and I null and void all of them. You ain't getting none of them. I've literally counted your whole entire rule and reign of this kingdom, and today I looked at the list. You have a long life ahead of you. But today, I'm calling it quits on your life. This is the end of your kingdom. In fact, today is your last day ruling. In fact, I've done given your whole entire kingdom to another person. The word says, for the elect's sake, he's going to do the same thing for you. He's going to cut it short. So the rule and reign of the Gentiles nations right now is going to be cut short. So wait a minute, hold up. So we've been looking at the Gentile nations being cut short. Remember, it says the seducing spirit says they will be deceived while being deceived. Doctrine is doctrine, whether it's scriptural doctrine or not scriptural doctrine. The Father, allows both to be. He allows the truth and he allows what's not true. He gives you the truth, but if you reject it, then you're receiving a false doctrine of what you believe. No matter where it goes or how it happens, you're either with the Father or you're against him. This world is planning so much stuff, saying we have this much. The Father is never going to allow the world to dictate to him what's going to happen. He's going to cut short what they think they know. And it's even shown in what they worship. They just don't know it. They're in deception on about their own entire program. The Father has them deluded in their own program. They think they're going to finish. But let me show you something that I've said before, but hopefully you can get it a little bit better. Let's go ahead and look at this real quick. The capstone. There we go. The capstone, right? Everyone keeps talking about the capstone. All right. So everyone is always looking at this and have no idea what they're looking at. He tells them what's going to happen to them in the midst of their own symbol. Stuff is hilarious. There we go. Let me show you what he just said to them. Look. Notice there is no capstone on this. The Father says the day will be cut short for the elect's sake. So if the time is cut short for the elect's sake, guess what their system is? It's powerful, right? We give you a new understanding today of what's really going on. Notice there is no top on here. It's never finished. It's cut short. Notice the real images for them is never a capstone. It's never finished. It's like it's cut short. This is the Father. This is them doing their work right here. Notice the Father's work all still sits on top of it, right? It fits in the end. The Father cuts their work short. They never get to put the capstone on their work. Look, never get to put the capstone on it. He keeps telling them, you will never finish your work. For the elect's sake, he cuts it short. Let's go ahead. For the elect's sake, look what it says. And except those days should be shortened, there should be no flesh saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So if those days are shortened, how in the world do the Freemasons finish or complete their work? This capstone is a witness against them, telling them they can do all that they want to do, but they will never ever see their finished end. They will never reach this because this belongs to the Father. This is all they'll ever achieve. But this right here, the same thing, will be used to demolish it. This is their destruction. That is the mountain made without hands. Notice it's not connected to anything. Inside of their own symbol shows them he will cut the days short for the elect's sake. They never make it. Never. They never make it. Never. They never make it. Never. They never make it. It never happens. He cuts those days short. They never have a complete end as they want it to be because the Father cuts those days short. They never ever get the capstone. They never ever achieve it. It never ever happens because the word right here says so. And except those days should be shortened, there shall be no flesh saved, but for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. That's going to burn them so much. They be like, we almost had it. Almost doesn't count. Almost doesn't count. Almost doesn't count. And y'all can see it. The Father has this witness going strong throughout the earth. They're up here talking about it, speaking on it, talking about the new world order is here. It's been here. And this is all they have done. This is it. Now people are what? Being killed now. You are at the end. So since you are at the end for them is when the sun stops shining. The moon turns red. The stars fall from the sky. Time's up. So let's go. All right. And the streams thereof shall be turned into pitch, and the dust thereof into brimstone, and the land thereof shall become burning pitch. That's burning tar. Tar. That means what? Oil. The oil that's in the land is going to be burnt. It's going to be set ablaze, set afire. It shall not be quenched night nor day. The smoke thereof shall go up forever. Watch this. From generation to generation, it shall lie waste. None shall pass through it forever and ever. But the cormorant and the bittern shall possess it. The owl also and the raven shall dwell in it, and he shall stretch out upon it the line of confusion and the stones of emptiness. They shall call the nobles thereof to the kingdom, but none shall be there, and all her princes shall be nothing. And the thorn shall come up in her palaces, needles and brambles in the fortresses thereof, and it shall be a habitation, watch this, of dragons, and a court for owls. Now, you need to see that this is matching the same punishment for us. When our kingdom was gone, he replaced it with animals, briars, thorns. He said instead of the briars or thorns, the myrtle tree. Everything goes in reverse. So like once blessing comes to it, the opposite of it shows. So when there's blessings, there's a myrtle tree. When it's a curse, there are thorns, briars. What's this designed to do? Stay out of here. Don't come here. This place is condemned. Come up here if you want to, you're going to get stuck. He put dragons. He didn't put no dragons in our land. He put dragons over once Babylon is set ablaze. He puts dragons in the homeland. Puts dragons in her home. Like, all right, I'm going to replace you with dragons. He said the princes and nobles there. Like, ain't no one going to be there to answer. So he's telling you this is a kingdom. This kingdom is fallen. This kingdom is been turned over. The Father has judged this place. He has killed a lot of the people here, and along with the animals. And he has set this place on fire. So the oil that was given to the nations is set on fire. You know, I don't even want your oil. I'm going to burn it. The wild beast of the desert shall also meet with the wild beast of the island, and a satyr shall cry to his fellow. The screech owl also shall rest there and find herself a place of rest in this palace. There shall the great owl make her nest, and lay, and hatch, and gather under her shadow. There shall the vultures be gathered, everyone with her mate. They're going to use this room as the boom boom room. Babylon, the boom boom room for ostriches and everything. Don't come up here and get that groove on. Hey, you want to meet me over at Babylon's Palace? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? There should be a lot of people over there. Now ain't nobody over there. We're gonna go there and make it our room. We're gonna have some kids there, okay? Have our own home there. We're gonna have our palaces for wild animals. Man, we live in a good palace. What's the palace at? Man, we live in Babylon. Babylon are great. We live over here. Seek ye out the book of Yah and read. No one, he says, not one of these shall fail. He says, look at this. The Father has made a promise to Babylon. Look, read my book. Read my book. Get it. Not one of my prophecies that I said about you is going to fail. You don't think you can be touched, but you're going to be touched on this day. If I'm not a man of my word, if I'm not the one who created heaven and the earth and everything else that's within it, I'm telling you now, count your days. These things are going to happen to you. That is powerful right there. It's like it's a sure. Best believe you're going to get your punishment. You know how when a mom and dad say they're going to whoop you and you think they done forgot? Yeah, that's what this is. He's like, I owe you a whooping and I ain't forgot about it. Seek ye out the book of Yah. That's powerful. Seek ye out of the book of Yah. Like, look for your punishment. And no one of these shall fail. Like, none of these prophecies against you shall fail. None shall want her mate. For my mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them. And he hath cast a lot for them, and his hand hath divided it unto them by line. They shall possess it forever. From generation to generation shall they dwell therein. He just said forever. These ostriches and everything else, and these screech owls shall inhabit this kingdom forever. You know why? Because once this kingdom is built for our Father, for our land, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else coming. What I mean by that? The next attack that's coming is not going to penetrate the people. It's not going to kill the city. Oh no. No. The only begotten Son of Yah will be sent back during the time of the battle of Megiddo. That's when he comes back. So once the enemy is freed from his holding cell, after 1,000 years, and he's freed for just a little bit, and he think he's going to come in and try to destroy the city, that's when the Messiah shows up, and the fire comes down from the heavens and consumes all the armies that's trying to destroy the city that was built, because then he will be coming back to a city that's desolate. So it's like, wait a minute, all right, so he done did his job. Blessed is he who comes in my name. He done did his job. Then got the people to come together, and they done built the city up, whatnot. And now you better come over and destroy what again? Oh no, not on my watch. Fire. Everything is destroyed. So that place over there stays, like he says, forever, a place for the ostriches and the wild animals. Our homeland will be protected by the Father, the Son, himself in the host of heaven. On this day, after the 1,000 years is over, the enemy is going to attack. But his attack will be shallow and will be stopped, because the attacks against, the so-called Jerusalem, the Father is going to protect the place. The two witnesses at this time are gone. The Father himself is going to protect the place. You just have to have faith, trust what the word says. The word says that the Father is going to destroy. He's going to come back. The Son's going to come back and destroy everyone trying to destroy our homeland. All right. That is a promise. All right. That's a guarantee. All right. So there's Luciferus, light. Great is that darkness. But if your eyes are bad, your whole body will be full of darkness. If then the light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness? What darkness is that? Like we just got through saying, that Luciferus. That's what people are getting put into them. And that's what's happening to them. This Luciferus darkness. This Luciferus pathways. Look.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work.
Bioluminescence is an organism's ability to convert chemical energy into light, and it is one of the most fascinating naturally occurring phenomena on Earth. Although bioluminescence is present in certain land animals, it is most common in organisms found in the ocean. This unique characteristic is used for survival either through offense, defense, reproduction, or communication. One well-known bioluminescent creature is the anglerfish, who you may recognize from Finding Nemo. Anglerfish have a symbiotic relationship with photobacteria who live in their esca and can be used to attract prey in return for protection. Alternatively, deep-sea shrimp use their bioluminescence as a defense mechanism by repelling a blue secretion from their mouth to deter predators. A more famous use of bioluminescence is seen in fireflies, who attempt to find a mate using their intricate light dances. The use of bioluminescence for communication can be seen in firefly squid, who can use their photophores to attract a mate or to warn other squid of potential danger. The secret behind the rare ability that these organisms exhibit lies in the luciferin luciferase pathway. Luciferase is an oxidoreductase enzyme that acts on the luciferin substrate present in organisms. Luciferins differ in molecular structure from one organism to another, and every luciferin has a complementary luciferase enzyme. We will walk through a typical luciferase catalyzed reaction using fireflies as an example. This reaction takes place in the peroxisomes of photocyte cells where luciferase is found, and occurs at an optimal pH of 7.5 to 7.8 and around 30 degrees Celsius. The substrate present in the specific reaction is D-firefly luciferin, and the enzyme is firefly luciferase. At the luciferase active site, an adenylation between D-luciferin and ATP produces luciferyl adenosine monophosphate and an inorganic pyrophosphate byproduct. Luciferyl AMP is then oxidized by the addition of O2. Next, AMP is removed and dioxethanone is created. An excited oxyluciferin molecule is then produced from the loss of CO2. Finally, oxyluciferin transitions from its excited state to its ground state through the emission of a visible photon. The sustainability of this reaction is maintained by the enzymatic regeneration of D-luciferin from ground state oxyluciferin. The particular oxyluciferin molecule pictured here emits the photon at 568 nanometers, which humans perceive as yellow on the visible light spectrum. The color of light produced during this reaction is dictated by the different luciferin molecule present, which affects the final structure of the excited oxyluciferin. Since organisms develop desired traits through evolution, the vitality of producing a certain color would dictate the chemical composition of the luciferin molecule present in their body. The luciferase enzyme has proven to be an extremely useful tool in various biomedical applications, one of which is pyrosequencing. a technique for sequencing DNA where the addition of nucleotides in a strand of DNA is detected by the production of light. When a certain DNTP binds to the DNA strand, an inorganic pyrophosphate is released and is converted to ATP. This ATP is then used by luciferase to produce a flash of light whose intensity is proportional to the number of nucleotides added. Using computers, the DNTP environment that DNA fragments are placed into is controlled, and the intensity of light produced from the reaction is recorded. With this information, computers can successfully output the DNA sequence for scientists to study further. This is just one of many of the incredible applications of the luciferin-luciferase pathway. Can you think of other ways that this enzyme might be useful for future biomedical advancements?
How great is that darkness? You see it now? How great is that luciferase modified magnetic? Ooh, here we go.
Grammarly can help you write quickly.
And people
and
were saying, hey, I've been chipped, you know, and you start seeing them put these magnets on them. You know what kind of thing they got put into them? That luciferase.
confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Instant corrections make your writing mistake-free, while keeping it short.
Yeah, keep it
sweet,
short.
In the oceans, thousands of bioluminescent marine organisms emit a blue glow onto the night shore.
2017, May 9th, 2017, actually.
Rise and fall. Fireflies flash in the air, producing their own glow. This bioluminescence is necessary for animals to find mates and to protect their species from predators, but it also has the potential to improve current medical practices and even turn people into human glow sticks.
Did you hear what she just said? May 9th, 2017. She said to turn humans into human glow sticks. If then the light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness? Turn you into glow sticks. How great is that darkness?
By processing magnetic nanoparticles to include the enzymes that produce bioluminescence, we can use the natural light to track the progress of diseased cells throughout the body. In organisms like fireflies and single-celled dinoflagellates in the ocean, bioluminescence is triggered by movement caused by the environment. This agitation deforms the cell membrane and leads to a flow of protons that brings luciferase, an enzyme, in contact with luciferin, a compound. Because the proton flow decreases the pH, luciferase oxidizes the luciferin, and photons are released in a flash of light. In fireflies, adenosine triphosphate in either magnesium or calcium must also be present for light to be produced. Current medical imaging for cancer and other diseases often requires the use of radiology methods such as CT scans, X-rays, and nuclear imaging. Because these techniques can expose patients to large doses of radiation in short amounts of time, there is often a risk of cell growth or even DNA being damaged inside the body. Luciferase, the main chemical responsible for the light produced in some bioluminescent organisms, can likely help provide a safer alternative to these traditional imaging methods. Rather than using an external source for imaging, luciferase nanoparticles are being researched to be placed in vivo or inside animals to track changes in cell growth with little internal harm. This would otherwise
So that would be their what? This would be the part of testing it out in animals to see what they glow. Now that you can see this, he calls us all, both small and great, to receive a mark. He causes all to receive a mark. Now, since man thinks this mark is going to be in a manner of what he thinks, the Father says what? That you don't know his thoughts and you don't know his ways, right? So if you don't know the Father's thoughts or his ways, how in the world you think you know Satan's thoughts and ways? Just saying. How you know? Satan outsmart people all the time. Completely outsmarts them. And the second beast required all people, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had marked the name of the beast or the number of its name. We got through looking at what? Now, people are looking for things on the outside appearance, but now we're seeing this light that's showing on the inside of this animal.
A more invasive procedure.
You can see the light underneath.
In the future, this process will ideally be used inside patients' bodies.
Look what he just said. This thing gonna be used on the inside of people's body. Notice there is a mark.
Otherwise require a more invasive procedure. In the future, this process will ideally be used inside patients' bodies for application.
They said this is going to be an invasive. This is going to be an invasive procedure. Meaning what? It's like stumping on your privacy. It's taking away your privacy. It's invasive.
Risk of cell growth or even DNA being damaged inside the body. Luciferase, the main chemical responsible for the light produced in some bioluminescent organisms, can likely help provide a safer alternative to these traditional imaging methods. Rather than using an external source for imaging, luciferase nanoparticles are being researched to be placed in vivo or inside animals to track changes in cell growth with little internal harm. This would otherwise require a more invasive procedure. In the future, this process will ideally be used inside patients' bodies for application in the medical imaging field.
Luciferase-based bioimaging is currently being used in medical research studies to monitor gene expression, infection, tumor growth, transplantation, and gene therapy. The imaging method generally involves tagging cells of interest with particles containing the luciferase protein. These cells are injected into an animal specimen and allowed to propagate, and the luciferin substrate is injected soon after. The luciferin activates the luciferase, and the emitted light can be seen with the highly sensitive charge-coupled device camera, otherwise known as the...
It's like two shots, like one here and one here.
CCD. The device measures the photoluminescent signal in photons and overlays the data onto an image. The injection of luciferin and the subsequent imaging processes can be repeated to track the position of the cells over time. To produce the structures that hold and transport the luciferase enzyme used for bioluminescence, iron oxide magnetic nanoparticles, or MNPs, must be synthesized first. To create the MNPs, a solution of ferric and ferrous ions is combined with the base, usually hydroxide. Magnetite then precipitates from this solution. Polymers or organic molecules such as citric acid are also added to prevent excess products from gathering on the surface of the MNPs. The coated MNPs are 40 to 119 nanometer spheres with superparamagnetic behavior, which allows an outside magnetic imaging source to track cells and control particles. Once the iron oxide MNPs are made, they are incubated with the luciferase enzyme and added onto the organic.
Do y'all see how dark that light is? If the light that's in you is darkness, then how great is that darkness? If then the light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness? Luciferase is it.
Of the MNP. The iron oxide core of the MNP is 17 nanometers in diameter. This small size lends to the particle's superparamagnetic behavior. The core has a cubic spinel structure, with the oxygen atoms arranged in an FCC lattice. The next layer of the particle consists of a substance that stabilizes the molecule. As a result of this coating, the MMPs are more spherical and don't aggregate, which is important for their individual use in binding to cells. The outermost layer of the MMP is the luciferase protein, which binds to the two remaining carboxyl groups on the organic molecule layer. The luciferase acts as a targeting agent, and it can bind easily to mammalian cells because the surfaces of these cells have numerous receptors for the targeting agents.
All right, so let's put this to the test. We're about to put this bad boy to the test. All right, y'all know what we're about to do, right? We're about to do a little research. We about to hurt some stuff. We about to get this video blocked. That's what we about to do. We about to get this video blocked. Black. We about to get it blocked. Right. I will turn all mountains into roads, and my highways will be raised up. He told you. He telling you. I will go before you and level the mountains. I will break down the gates of bronze. And he's going to do that with an earthquake. He's going to tear some stuff up. All right, we're about to go do some stuff though real quick. We're about to test some stuff out. Certain warnings that's been used, we're going to use that for testing things out. All right, that's what we're about to do right now. And this makes sense too, right? Because the virgins, they all have lamps. And then therefore the ones who are not chosen, they have something put inside of them too. This is a light. And this light is darkness. Great darkness at that. Right? But we about to put this to the test. All right. So let's look at that again. So the luciferase coating. All right, let's look that up real quick. That they've been playing with this for a while. A luciferase assay is used to determine if a protein can activate or repress the expression of a target gene. Repress or activate the expression of a target gene. So in this case, what gene is being targeted? Polymer shell. All right, so let's type in the other one we see. FE304. Here it is. For magnetic induction heating. American Chemical Society. Copyright. Here it is. We see that number all over it. FE304. FE304. We all know this is what? Luciferase coating. So FE304. Let's go back to it what he said it. So people know exactly what they're looking at now. Fe3 coating is this part right here. Here it is. Fe3O4 plus 4HO2. Let's see. Let's put that in there. Plus 4H2O. There it is. Let's put it in there. H2O. FeO 304 plus 4H2O. Gene therapy, super paramagnetic vaccine. Oh, shoot. Let's go right here. This is the stuff they want to keep hidden. (2014) Super paramagnetic nanoparticle delivery of DNA vaccine. Delivery of DNA vaccine. What are they injecting into the people? The efficiency of delivering of DNA vaccines is often relatively low compared to protein vaccines. The use of super paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles or spions to deliver genes via magnetoperfection shows promise in improving the efficiency of gene delivery both in vitro and vivo. This is all the same things that they deliver. They do the vitros and the vivo right now. In particular, the duration for gene transfection. What in the world? Gene transfection? What is that? Transfection is a procedure that introduces foreign. June 13, 2010. Foreign, strange nuclei acids into cells to produce genetically modified cells. Transfection is a powerful analytical tool for study of gene function and regulation and protein function. What are they doing to the people? They guinea pigs. Whatever they're injecting into them is not designed to help them overcome whatever it is. It's designed to put something into their bodies. By infecting the inner ear with a gene encoding a key regulatory protein, a new microsensory cells can be generated to replace. Oh my goodness. Something is happening inside of them. They're being changed probably into something else and don't even know it. So we're looking at it one way when a whole nother thing is being done. What if the same ones that's so-called dying are being recruited into a new army? Immunotherapies against cancer, vaccines against new viruses or old viruses is new in new places, and attempts to resolve pathogenic single cells defects, all are looking to incorporate transfection technology. This technology, which encompasses various means of introducing nucleic acids into cells, holds great promise, but it also poses serious challenges. These challenges have been most prominent in attempts to deploy gene therapy, which has had difficulty addressing the problem of difficult to transfect cells, organs, and whole animals. Such transfection challenges have been taken up by several biotechnology companies. For example, whatever these names are, electroporation as a method that leaves behind little residue. transportation it happens is not suitable for use with all animals. So other methods are needed, like maybe a human. One alternative technique is viral infection. Wait a minute. One alternative technique is viral infection. Let's see what a viral infection looks like. Bacterial versus viral infections. That would be a virus, would it not be? So a virus has to be used for this thing that they're trying to do. What's this so-called thing that people are fighting right now? Is it a bacteria or is it a virus? Just saying. Viruses are very tiny germs. They are made up of genetic material inside of a protein coating. Wow. That means they're created. Viruses causes familiar infectious diseases. Viruses cause familiar infectious diseases such as the common cold, flu, and warts. They also cause severe illnesses such as HIV, AIDS, Ebola, and COVID. For most viral infections, treatments can only help with symptoms while you wait for your immune system to fight off but we see that's not the whole deal. We just seen that they need the virus for something else to kick in, which is the transfection. They need the virus. The virus is needed for the change. Without the virus, there's no change that can take place. Wow. Electroportation, it happens, is not suitable for use with all animals. So other methods are needed. For what? For electroportation to happen, the other method is a viral infection. I guarantee you, they don't want us to know about this right now. Let's see what viral infection. Look at this. Electroportation is a physical transfection method that uses an electrical pulse to create temporary pores in cell membranes through which substances like nucleic acids can pass into cells. Wow. This is what's called the breakthrough. This is what causes the breakthrough. Electroportation has several advantages. Versatily works with any cell type, efficiency, very low DNA requirements, and ability to operate in living and the ability to operate in living organisms, that's human beings. Disadvantages include potential cell damage and the non-specific transport of molecules into and out of the cell. Wow. On the other hand, electroportation tends to be more efficient than heat shock. Hence, this method is admissible to a broader range of DNA amounts for low to saturating concentrations, fragment sizes, and complexities. They're growing something. Let's go see what this is. 2010. Let's see what's up.
Advertising on YouTube helps me reach engaged customers like Jenna,
Who cares?
who's been searching for landscapers on Google.
I can't do that music. The music's just is horrible. Can't do it. Wow. Crazy. Okay, so we're gonna go to the other one. This one right here. Hope they have something better to say.
Electroporation is a surprising natural phenomenon. It involves increased cell membrane permeability due to high voltage electric pulses. Electroporation allows molecules to either permeate into the cell or leave the cell, which is not possible under normal circumstances for numerous important molecules. Electroporation can be successfully used to deal with the world's current most pressing challenges related to health, food, energy, and environment. Increasing the effectiveness of chemotherapy, gene therapy, food processing, and biotechnological processes are only a few of its possible applications. Electroporation is an excellent opportunity for scientists, developers, and investors.
Wow. They've been doing this for a long time. They've been doing this for a long time. 6 years. Look at this. Magnetic nanoparticles.
My name is Mark Emberton. I'm a consultant urologist and professor of surgery here at UCL. I look after patients with prostate cancer. We're at a real crossroads in the way that we manage patients with this disease. For 100 years, we've been managing the prostate, which is an organ about the size of a walnut, rather than the cancer within it, which often measures about 1 mil in volume. Most of the harms of therapy come from managing the prostate itself: incontinence, sexual difficulties, rectal injury. The way to avoid those is actually to manage the cancer, and that is a modern imaging challenge. Currently, we use certain techniques to identify the tumor, principally MRI, and then we use ultrasound to biopsy, and then some other energy source to destroy the tumor with precision and with very few side effects. The very modern challenge in this project is to unite
like the medicine that's been prescribed in the word, which is leaves, you know. Yeah. But I know it's like a lot of people don't believe in the Bible, especially YouTube, because they get mad anytime you speak anything opposite of what, you know, white boys in coats, you know, say to people, then they have a problem with it, you know. But I want to see all that stuff work when they get messed up. Like if they get cancer, oh no, don't go to nothing. Don't go to anything that I've said in my videos to go use. Nope, I want you to use the prescribed, you know, white boys in coats method. Especially if you're struggling with cancer, I want you to go ahead, just go straight to chemotherapy, and don't think about, you know, going to the Bible to find out any kind of healthy methods, because you want to keep this hidden from everybody on the earth. So definitely don't use this now. You know what I'm saying? Don't be fake. Be all the way, you know, strong with it. You know what I'm saying? If you are against the word, be all the way against the word when it comes to when you get cancer. You know what I'm saying? Just be all the way against it. Don't half side with us now, be mad at us now, and then later on down the road, you know, I found this remedy that was from a plant. Now don't do that. Nope. Stay all the way messed up. You know what I'm saying? Since y'all want to block for the world, block it from yourself.
All those aspects of care into one theranostic platform, so we can detect the tumor, we can verify its nature, and then actually destroy the tumor using MRI itself. And this gets away from much of the difficulties of combining numerous imaging modalities. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Mark Lithgow now, who's going to tell us a bit more about the science.
So my name's Mark Lithgow. I'm Professor of Biomedical Imaging at University College London, and I'm Director of the Centre for Advanced Biomedical Imaging.
You need to draw himself a whole new face, don't you? Just a whole new face. Do face off, because your face, yeah, you just need to do a whole new face. Just whole new face.
Now this is a really challenging project. The aim of it is to create a completely new class of MRI imaging device, an MRI theranostic. That is, to combine imaging and therapy in a single system. And to do this, we're going to combine an MRI scanner with magnetic nanoparticles. And the beauty of magnetic nanoparticles is that you can guide them with an MRI system. So we're going to do three things with them. One, attach them to cells and drugs and use the MRI scanner to guide them to sites of tumours. When they're in the tumour, we'll be able to image them with the MRI. And then finally, and perhaps most excitingly, we're going to try and agitate the particles to kill the tumour cells.
Now listen what they just said to you. So that's exactly how these things is working. After they're injected, they just told you they have power to cause for whatever is being injected to agitate. They can kill the tumor cells. Can they also kill the host? I'm just, you know, being serious.
In CABI. CABI is a unique environment. We have biologists, physicists, mathematicians, pharmacologists, and we all try to come together to develop new imaging techniques. We have 11 state-of-the-art devices: MRI, ultrasound, nuclear medicine, optical. What we're looking for is someone that's bright, that can work across a range of different disciplines, has a real passion for imaging, and is interested in developing a new therapy for cancer work.
So there's a lot of stuff going on, right? A lot of stuff going on with these nanoparticles. A lot of stuff going on with this nano. And we see all this luciferase, this electroportation that has to aggravate, you know, the cells. And this is where we start getting into the breakthroughs. And now, well, my thing had a breakthrough. That's what they wanted to go through anyway. So they're literally putting inside of you the breakthrough, you know. It happens. It's not suitable for use with all animals. So other methods are needed. One alternative technique is viral infection. So for the electroportation to happen, they need a viral infection. It is being employed by companies such as Musiq. Another challenge, one particularly relevant to viral and transfection, is the potential for stimulating an immune response. Gee, why does that sound so familiar? It sounds so familiar. Transfection. Transfection is the process of deliberately. There is no, look at this. See also RNA transfections. RNA vaccines. Hey, what's good? We on a roll here, aren't we? RNA transfections. Let's go look at that. Or RNA transfection is a process of deliberately introducing RNA into a living cell. Ooh. RNA can be purified from cells after whatever lysis or synthesized from free nucleotides, either chemically or enzymatically, using the RNA polymerase to transcribe a DNA template. As with DNA, RNA can be delivered to cells. A ribonucleic acid vaccine or messenger RNA, mRNA vaccine, is a type of vaccine that uses a copy of a molecule called messenger RNA, mRNA, to produce an immune response. The vaccine transfects molecules of synthetic RNA into immune cells, where the vaccine functions as mRNA, a messenger. A messenger vaccine is a type of vaccine that uses a copy of a molecule called messenger RNA. In a molecule body, messenger, whatever, is a single-stranded molecule of RNA that corresponds to the genetic sequence of a gene and is read by a ribosome in the process of synthesizing a protein to produce an immune response. A vaccine transfects molecules, a synthetic RNA, into immune cells, where the vaccine functions as mRNA, causing the cells to build foreign protein, causing the cells to build strange protein that would normally be produced by a pathogen, which is what? The very thing you're being, so such as a virus or by a cancer cell. These proteins molecules stimulate an adaptive immune response that teaches the body to identify and destroy the corresponding pathogen or cancer cells. The mRNA is delivered by a co-formulation of the RNA encapsulated in liquid nanoparticles that protects the RNA strands and helps their absorption into the cells. The reactogenicity, the tendency of a vaccine to produce adverse, the tendency to a vaccine to produce an adverse reactions, is similar to that of a conventional non-RNA vaccine. People susceptible to an autoimmune adverse reaction to the RNA vaccines. The advantages of RNA vaccines over traditional vaccines are ease of design, speed, and lower cost of production. Is cheap. The induction of both cellular and humoral immunity and lack of interaction with the host genomic DNA. While some RNA vaccines, such as whatever the Pfizer and COVID-19 vaccines, have the disadvantage of requiring ultra cold storage before distribution. Other mRNAs, vaccines such as the Moderna, -19 vaccines do not have such requirements. And the RNA therapeutics have attracted considerable interest as the COVID-19 vaccines. December, the UK Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA, become the first medicines regulator to approve an mRNA vaccine, authorizing the Pfizer vaccine for widespread use. On December 11th, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration issued an emergency use authorization. So they was authorized by FDA for emergency uses only for the Pfizer, right? And a week later, similarly approved what for emergency use authorization, approved the Moderna vaccine too as well. It's all emergency use. The first successful transfection of an mRNA package within a liposomal nanoparticle into a cell was published in 1989. Naked or unprotected mRNA was injected a year later into the muscle of mice, where the first evidence that in a vitro transcribed mRNA could deliver the genetic information to produce proteins within living cell tissue, and led the proposal of messenger mRNA vaccines. So they've been doing this since 1989. And it's coming from the UK. They've been practicing this thing since 1989. Wow. All right. Let me see. Transduction is often used to describe virus-mediated gene transfer into the cells. The word transfection is a portmanteau of trans and infection. Transinfection. Genetic materials such as supercoiled plasmid DNA or even proteins such as antibodies may be transfected. Transfected of animal cells typically involves opening transient pores or holes in the cell take of material, whatever they're injecting into you. It opens you up. The infecting virus or the bacteria into cells. So they're causing you to be opened up to receive this infection, transfection. All right, so it's the potential for stimulating immune response. The potential negative can be a real positive. This potential negative can be a real positive. However, in the right context, which happens to be vaccine development, harnessing viral transfection approaches to power vaccination mechanism is a specialty of Thermo Fisher Scientific. The company also offers traditional chemical-based transfection that works in a whole animal. Together, whole animal, right? not humans, animals. Together, the companies mentioned thus far offer technologies that cover all the main modes of therapeutically relevant transfection, chemical-based transfection, non-chemical methods, chiefly electroporation and viral transduction. Hybrid approaches too are being developed as well, as will become clear in the following sections. So now we see this is what's been happening to the people. They're doing this to the people, to humans. This is what's happening. Changing people's DNA, causing breakthroughs. To do what? To accomplish their goal. But what are they trying to grow in these people? What are they trying to produce? What's happening? All right, let's finish this. But there, the majestic one, our Messiah, or our Father, will be for us a place of rivers and wide canals, where no gallery with oars will row, and no majestic vessels will pass. Look at this. Where no gallery with oars will row. So it's rivers and wide canals where no oars will row, no boats, no majestic vessels will pass through it. For the Father is our judge. The Father is our Lord, our lawgiver. The Father or the Messiah is our King. It is He who will save us. Your ropes are slack. They cannot secure the mast or spread the sail. Then an abundance of spoils will be divided, and even the lame will carry off plunder. And no resident of Zion will say, watch this, I am sick. The people who dwell there will be forgiven of iniquity. That's the chosen. That is for the chosen, for those who are in this covenant. Isaiah 33 is speaking volumes. I hope people get it. It's the times of the end. So I was thinking, and I did some looking into some things, and this is what I also came up with and saw. Boom. There's these black lights and street lights and stuff.
A Ford built for you by you. Get yours.
Maybe you've seen an increasing number of purple streetlights in Greensboro. They certainly stand out, and like me, you might be wondering why they're popping up. Well, I reached out to Duke Energy, who controls city lights. A rep told me that they've just learned about a manufacturing defect within the LED light that causes some of them to change from the typical blue tint to a deep purple. Duke says it's not a safety issue, but it sure is distracting. The utility has alerted its workers to the problem so they can replace them as needed. Apparently, this problem is happening in other cities across the country. You might be wondering who's paying for it. Well, Duke says the lights are under warranty, so the manufacturer is footing the bill. Now, here's where you come in. Duke needs you to report the purple lights when you see them. Just search the terms Duke Streetlight Outage.
These purple lights just coming up all over the place, right? Purple lights, Charlotte. Saying it's a manner. These things is done purposely. Okay, there is no defects. This has been done purposely. We just got through reading all this Luciferase, and literally the light looks like Luciferase compounds.
Hydroxide. Magnetite then precipitates from this solution. Polymers or organic molecules such as citric acid are also added to prevent excess products from gathering on the surface of the MNPs. The coated MNPs are 40 to 119 nanometer spheres with superparamagnetic behavior, which allows an outside magnetic imaging source to track cells.
Now, this, look at the lights. Look at that same color. Not bad. Darn it. Let's go back to it. Look at that number. Look at that color. Look at that. Same exact color. Coincidence? No. It's the same exact color. The same exact color. Same color. If then the light within you is darkness, 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 how great is that darkness? This was being put into the vaccine. Luciferase, magnetic nanoparticles, and all that stuff is being put inside of the vaccine. You are taking dark matter into your system, changing forth you not being no longer what you were created to be, but something else. Meeting for destruction.
Particles. Once the iron oxide MNPs are made, they are incubated with the luciferase enzyme and added onto the organic molecule surface of the MNP. The iron oxide core of the MNP is 17 nanometers in diameter. This small size lends to the particle's superparamagnetic behavior. The core has a cubic spinel structure, with the oxygen atoms arranged in an FCC lattice. The next layer of the particle consists of a substance that stabilizes the molecule. As a result of this coating, the MNPs are more spherical and don't aggregate, which is important for their individual use in binding to cells. The outermost layer of the MNP is the luciferase protein, which binds to the two remaining carboxyl groups on the organic.
Did you hear what it says? The luciferase is designed to bind to your DNA. It's designed to bind to you. And the stuff that's been put into it is to protect the luciferase so it can bind to you.
Organic molecule layer. The luciferase acts as a targeting agent, and it can bind easily to mammalian cells because the surfaces of these cells have numerous receptors for the targeting.
It says it combines to numerous cells. The luciferase cell can bind to numerous cells inside the body.
Agents. The resulting MNP has an overall diameter from 40 nanometers to 119 nanometers, depending on the type of luciferase and imaging conditions. The nanoscale is necessary for the particles to be able to bind to and track individual cells.
The processing and subsequent structure of the nanoparticles affects specific properties that are useful for medical tracking purposes.
Do you see that? Let's do that. Let's look at that again. I hope y'all seeing this.
The processing and
now, he causes all both what? Young and old, rich and poor, to receive a mark on their right hand or in their forehead. He causes all to receive a mark. Now, how does the enemy come? Subtle, crafty, cunning, elusive. Elusive means you can't tell where it's coming from. It's secretive. It's not known. It's hidden. It's going to be hard to track, hard to cipher. So the same thing with the mark.
Elusive.
Difficult to catch, find. Difficult to catch, find. Difficult to track down, evasive, slippery, shifty. Always on the move. Difficult to remember or recall. Elusive. So, if elusive means that it's impossible to find or catch, and that's exactly what you get from the word also of subtle. Subtle, elusive, and subtle aroma, which is not hard. It's hard to catch, hard to find. Subtle, thin, not dense or gross, as subtle air, subtle vapor, a subtle medium, nice, fine, delicate. I do distinguish plain each subtle line of her immortal face. Acute, piercing, as subtle pain. Sly, artful, cunning, crafty, insinuating, as subtle person, a subtle adversary. Deceitful, treacherous. So it's deceitful as a subtle scheme. I hope you're starting to get this. The act of making subtle, fine or thin in the laboratory. The operation of making so vile as to rise in steam or vapor. That's to be subtle. So the mark of the beast is going to be made in a subtle way and be executed on the people in a subtle, discreet situation. Nothing is like it's out there where it was known. It says the devil came out subtly. He moved subtly, crafty, in a sly way, a slick way, a deceitful way. So wait a minute. So if a person just keeps saying that this is not the mark, it says that the enemy works in deceitful ways, treacherous. So what would be treacherous? Would that be the same thing as betrayal? Like betraying a person's trust? So people are trusting you for what they said you're doing to them. Hey, this is to help you.
Treacherous.
And it's not designed to help you. The enemy will come in the way of earning your trust, only to do what? To backstab you, to double cross you, to be false in what its intended use was for, to be untrue, to be false-hearted, double dealing. So the mark of the beast is going to be traitorous, disloyalty, faithless, unfaithful, untrue, false. So it's going to be given to a person that's going to be up under untrue measures, false measures, but it's going to be backstabbing, double crossing, unreliable, untrustworthy. So far, this so-called stuff that they say is supposed to be helping against, this viral infection has been proven to be unreliable and untrustworthy. It's been two-faced, double dealing, undependable, fickle, very rebellious in the body, because sometimes it has some breakthroughs that causes more harm than good. The opposite is what? To be loyal and faithful. So number one, is a snake loyal? No, snake would be backstabbing, double crossing, untrue, two-faced, deceitful, double dealing. Run from sin as from the face of a serpent. Dangerous, hazardous, perilous, unsafe, precarious, risky, deceptive, unreliable, undependable, unstable. The opposite of it is safe, it's reliable. So the mark of the beast is going to be coming in an unreliable way. So it's going to come off saying one thing, but the whole thing is going to be something else. The day you eat of this, you'll be like Yah. What the deception was that they was already like Yah, and the day they ate of it was literally them being disobedient to what the Father said. I could think of a certain scripture that ties in perfectly to what we're talking about, and it fits the narrative perfectly. So now what people are receiving is clearly deceptive in its workings and everything about it, because they're looking for something to be on the outside when it's something actually glowing on the inside. And the scripture tells you that the mark is on the inside, not the outside. Watch. But it's still on. It's still on them, but it's on the inside. On the inside. If then the light within. Let's see. What is within? What does that mean? Is that on the outside, or is that on the inside of you, glowing on the out? Ooh.
Within.
Inside. In. Within the bounds. Confounds. Enclosed. Surrounded by. Because the outside of it will be on the opposite is the outside. The Messiah says the light within. This is something that must be injected, not stamped on. It's injected with a compound. Injected, just like this Luciferius. Look at this rat that's glowing.
The processing and subsequent structure of the nanoparticles affects specific properties that are useful for medical tracking purposes. Because Luciferius is light-emitting, particles can be readily detected and monitored inside the body to track specific cells. The wavelength of light emitted by the particles is around 500 to 600 nanometers, producing blue or green light. At these wavelengths, signals can penetrate tissue to clearly image internal organs. The light is then able to...
Wait a minute, producing blue or green light? Blue or green light? Now, green light. There's a green light on your life. Wow. Father told me in 2017, he said, tell the people, and I've been saying this since 2017, if you're keeping if you're going to church on Sundays, there's a green light on your life. Luciferius color could be what? Green or blue. Right. We seen in this rat or mice, green light. There's a green light on your light. Green light's always in horror movies, always like it's like a horror, it's always that horrible color of something brewing, spawn, you know, you always got either just this green light. So when we're gonna look at it, it's most likely probably gonna be this green light on the inside of people. There's a green light on your life. He said if you're keeping the wrong feast days, wrong Sabbaths, there's a green light on your life. So now we're seeing all these people being turned over, even those who claim to be Hebrew Israelites, whatnot, they're being turned over to the green light disease, right? All these things are here. So then we got this what? These black lights where they actually look the color of blue. He said they start off with the color blue and turn out to be purple. This is all Luciferius. It's here. There it is. They're green or blue. He said these lights started off blue and then they turn to a darker blue or almost purple. What colors again can it be? Either here or here. The light within you is darkness.
To clearly image internal organs. The light is then able to be tracked using a charge-coupled device camera to monitor changes over time.
2014. So the light is used to monitor changes over time. They've been working on this for a while, family.
Particles affect specific properties that are useful for medical tracking purposes. Because Luciferius is light emitting, particles can be readily detected and monitored inside the body to track specific cells. The wavelength of
So imagine this color. You're coming outside and you can see this on people's foreheads. You can see a light on their forehead. Like, wait a minute, hold up. What's wrong with you? Why your right hand glowing? Why your forehead glowing? Do you understand? People are going to be tricked. What if this black light, you just walking and this person walk up under the black light and all of a sudden their forehead begin to glow? You be like, dude, wait a minute, hold on. Man, hold on. We come back up under the regular light, it's gone. Go back up under the blue light, the purple light. There it is again. Dude, why your forehead growing? You okay? You feel okay? Because you glowing. Man, it's just, saying, I had a good day today. That's why I'm glowing. Like, nah, man, I'm talking about your forehead it's like a green or either a blue or something. And it only happens when we step up under this black light. It's showing what's inside of you. You sure you all right? Man, can you take a picture of it when next time I go there? Okay. Dude, there is a mark on my forehead. Man, dude, there's one on your hand. Man, the only thing I took was what you take? Did you eat something wrong? I mean, what is it? Is there something new on the news that's going around that we didn't know about? Nah. Not that I know of. Yeah, I didn't hear nothing either. How you feel, man? I feel fine. You do? With that purple on your forehead? Yeah, man, I feel good. I mean, it affect me. I mean, I'm good. Man, I don't know, man. You might be contagious. Boy, you talking about me being contagious? Your hand is glowing. Both your hands, you got your head, your forehead is glowing, and your right hand is glowing. Because the Luciferius is designed to emit a light. You have been marked. Once you see a mark on a person's forehead or a glow on their hand, it's a wrap for that person. If you was in the midst of talking to a person like, man, you know what? There's a person called Truth Colors. You know what I'm saying? You go and check it and then the bright light come on and you can see on their forehead while you're in the midst of talking, like, you know what? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The Father said if you put up the banner, everything like that, watch the call, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, whatnot like that, that you be good. It's the mission, whatnot. because those who are keeping Goshen is called Goshen. And as soon as you see the light, you can stop shutting light. Yep, don't even matter what I just said to you, okay? Don't it doesn't matter. No, keep saying like no, it's just like give my pearl before swine. What? There's a mark on your forehead. What you mean mark on my forehead? I don't see no mark on my forehead. Ain't no one be playing my forehead. No, it's on the inside of you. So you thought the mark would be on the outside, but it's on the inside of you. It's still on your forehead. It's on top of your forehead, but it's underneath. The word says the light that's within you. It never said the light on you. It said the light within you. The light within you will be the mark of the beast. The Messiah was speaking in parables. People are looking for other things, but it was telling you that this beast is literally a kingdom. And this kingdom is going to make it for all their people to take something. Make it a requirement in all their kingdom. America is a part of the UK kingdom. That's why none of the presidents can be kings. If there can't be kings, that means they're up under a king or a queen. That means America can be told what to do. America is a daughter of Babylon, but not the one making the calls. She is under authority by the ones who control her, the UK. And then it shows later on in the end how much authority America really has. None. That's why America's following suit with everyone else. It's not making authority. It's not making the rules. America's following suit with everyone else. That's why Biden is telling everyone to do what everyone else is, what all the other nations are doing. Now, one of our people, one of our own, has received a letter. I'm gonna put it up here real quick so y'all can see it. What time we at right now? We are there. He let me see it today. I was like, oh, snap, bro. It's that time. So, let me show you real quick. As soon as I get it up here. This is crazy, y'all. I'm telling you. When I saw that, I was like, wow, it's already beginning. So we had one of our own that was already had to go the first time. Now we have someone else. Someone else got to go. Like, for real? I just copied it. Copy. All right, there we go. Let me just save it. All right. Now, it should be no problems now. Okay, let me see if this is the right one. Then I'm gonna get up off of here. Because y'all need to see what's going on. This is what's happening. They're doing it subtly. That means you ain't gonna know. So everyone's saying, like, oh, this is not the mark. The enemy is going to come subtly. The mark of the beast is going to come subtly. It's not gonna come where you just gonna be on your, on your guard against it. If you're thinking it's not it, most likely it is it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's coming in a subtle way. It's not coming in a way you are expecting. It's going to come in every single way that you are not expecting. Yeah, sure. Just sure. There we go. All right. All right. I think I just sent it. Nice. Full moon. Let's see. Am I stuck in mode? There we go. All right. Vaccination guidance for the U.S. colleagues and contractors. Pay close attention, because this is coming to you too. Right? All right, look. As the global leader in the fight against COVID-19 and the first to receive full FDA approval for what? For emergency use. Notice they leave that part out, for emergency use. Full FDA approval for emergency use of our COVID-19 vaccine, Comirnaty, right? In individuals 16 years of age and older, we must do all that we can to support public health and minimize the impact of this pandemic on our colleagues, contractors, families, and the communities we serve. As a result of our recent vaccination guidance and protocols for U.S. colleagues announced on August 4th, 90% of U.S. colleagues are now vaccinated, with more being scheduled every day. Outside the U.S., in the countries where we can vaccinate, colleagues are also doing their part. Thank you for living our values and setting an example for others to follow. Today, we are announcing the next phase of our vaccination guidance that effective November 15th, 2021. All U.S. colleagues and contractors are required to be fully vaccinated unless approved for medical or religious accommodation from vaccination. If you are a U.S. colleague and have not yet submitted proof of full vaccination, you will receive a separate message shortly with more details. For colleagues outside of the U.S., we understand that some markets still lack availability to vaccinations, and we are working as hard as we can to bring COVID-19 vaccines to your markets. If you do not have access to COVID-19 vaccines in your country and have not been vaccinated, we recommend that you do so with any available vaccines as soon as possible. We will look to implement vaccine guidance in your country once we are able to do so. Guidance for U.S. contractors will be sent separately to the contractor population. Please continue to visit the COVID-19 information page of Pfizer World for updated facts and questions regarding this new vaccination guidance in the U.S. Regarding this new vaccination guidance in the U.S. Now, what we need to see is we need to see some things. What do we need to see? Number one, wait a minute, hold on. I can't see my screen. They black my screen out. Wow. Yep, I got my square. My screen is being shared, but they blacked it out. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let me see something. Let's go back to it. Okay, so we will just put this in a group as well. So if they want to actually play like that, let's put it in a group. People can see exactly what we're saying. And then share this bad boy wherever. And send them this video. Cause we ain't playing this today. Bam, right there. It's in the groups right there. Wow, my screen is still black. I'm looking at it. It says black. They done blacked out my screen. All right, so then we're gonna even do one even better. We're gonna share this even on Facebook. Let's do that. Let's do one even better. Let's do one even better. And just tag people in it. You know what I'm saying? There we go. I'm adding things on there now. All right, there it is. All right, so I done added on my page as well. It says November 15th, 2021. If they want to keep playing like that, you know, I'm the type of person I piss people off. Let's just piss them off all the way, shall we? All right. Y'all see my screen now or no? Nope, I can't see it yet. All right. Oh. Okay, so now we have this up on the screen. Now they don't froze my picture. So as I put it up there, yep, it showed my video, then went blank. Yep, as soon as I put it up there, because it's up there now as my screensaver. So what's behind me now is the message. So let me show you. When I switched it out, at first it was showing my screen, it was showing my picture, but as soon as I did it, now they done changed it. They done made so to where. So let me post that with it so people can see if this is what they're blocking. And add to this. Edit post. All right, now you can see it behind me. Facebook is blocking this. This is the picture right now that they're blocking on the screen. Something went wrong. Please check your connection and try again. No, it's not. Can anybody hear me? Let's see. There's a way around this. Mm.
Recording in progress.
No, not that one. Okay. All right, now let's try that again.
Recording in progress.
There we go. I think I can see it there. That's what it looks like in the background. But they have disable my screen so it doesn't show. So I'm gonna have to come back. Hold on, let me show you. See? That's just what I have in my background. They don't want it to be seen. I have all the information in the background. They say about November 15, 2021, that people need to be vaccinated or either show approved for medical or religious accommodation. People need to be vaccinated or show medical or religious accommodation. Now the churches are giving out vaccination. So it might be a little bit hard to get religious accommodation because they don't want that. I'm not saying it's not available, but that's not what they really want. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop this because, yeah. Remember, truth is not biased. It's absolute.